Okay.
Whereas this is like a special event. But
yeah,
like candy wise, you get a lot.
They made it worth it, like the special event.
I think so, definitely. In fact, what we're talking about is in the years when we are not going to have annual passes, this is like a great thing to do because you get on tons of rides. Too.
Yeah.
So this would be.
I wonder if they're still going to do it like when Star Wars Land is there. They'll probably move it back to California Adventure.
Probably.
Maybe they'll do it. Who knows? Because that'd be a good way to get in, unless they only is the whole park open?
Mostly. I mean, the nighttime stuff is open.
Actually, I was really impressed too when we were leaving last night. I'm so glad that you made us stay. It was so fun.
Yeah.
But I thought that it was just holiday overlay. But when we were leaving, they had spider webs on Main Street, these really cool projections, and Small World was all Halloween.
You see the thing on the cast? They had on the castle and on the thing where there's all. I saw a video of that.
Yeah.
Well, no. So the kids were getting tired, and I took the kids to the car, and we all slept and let two of them stay and do late night sister date.
It's good.
So, but they were like, "No, we'll just come back. We feel bad." I'm like, "No, I want to do this. I want to go to bed. The kids are tired."
Do you need coffee?
No.
Okay.
I have some soda.
Did you post it already or on YouTube?
Yes. We should get going.
All right. Let's
Hello,
Otherwise, I would. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I have a coffee machine, but I don't have any coffee.
It's all right.
I have some instant coffee my mom sent me, but it's gross.
That's all right. Thank you.
You don't want it.
No, thank you for doing that.
Sorry if my mom's watching this YouTube, but it is gross. I don't think she is.
I doubt it.
No, it's just too much Disneyland, man.
That's what I mean. Because they went yesterday. Mm-hmm. What time did you guys get there? You went in the morning.
No.
You were going to do road drive. Well, that's true. Because you got the bum parking situation.
Yeah.
What?
Well, because Matthew didn't go yesterday, but he stayed the night and then dropped me off so I could sleep in a little bit. So, because I'm the one that's driving everyone. So everyone's asleep in the car when I'm driving around.
All right.
So,
Yeah, you did a solid.
So anyway,
I'm always giving Phil a hard time about this rough life.
Disneyland.
He's going to Disneyland all the time.
D-Land.
He's always complaining about how tired. He's always complaining about how tired he is.
I'm not. You say I am, but I'm not.
Because every time I talk to you, I can't do this. And then I send you emails you never replied to.
I replied. You wrote 8 emails in a row. I wrote back 2 of them.
You replied to one of them, and all you said was it was just about the scheduling stuff.
I did reply. It's not like I was gone. This part of the show is fighting, by the way. Yeah.
So
communication.
You guys talk about fighting today?
No.
I don't know.
No, this is nothing.
You should you don't even know.
So you guys film it?
No, we never filmed. There's been a few recorded.
Yeah, there was one major blowout. Oh, we should start proper show.
I've been meditating.
Yeah, I saw that.
So good. I don't
helpful.
I guess I don't know. We'll see.
Steve Mark Maron.
Well, I don't know.
Advice.
Well, he's still very skeptical about the whole thing. So we'll see how it works with him.
But even if it's not a spiritual thing, even
just a breathing.
That?
Oh, Steve.
So we got people to come hang out. That's why we're doing on this. So there's a listener.
Oh, we got chat.
Well, it's a still shot. He's not holding still.
He's holding still that.
Their little picture.
They can switch to their camera. Some people
do. But usually it's just a.
One time, this girl, it was she was in the car. So we saw her driving in the
started driving along. Oh, Steve, hey, what's up?
Yeah,
Steve?
Exactly, Steve. Another Disneyland trip. He knows what's going on.
Sister coming in from Colorado.
Yeah, that's
Hello.
All right.
This is Janelle's sister, Amber. In case you guys didn't know, in the chat and elsewhere, in YouTube's.
All right.
Starting?
Not yet.
Well, we're live on YouTube.
So this is our pre-show. We call this the pre-show.
So there's a little bonus if someone watches on YouTube, they get extra just of us talking and stuff. And people in the chat are here; they get to interact.
So what else? So you're just here this weekend and then you're leaving?
Mm-hmm.
We're driving around to the hotel by the airport tonight.
Too short. It's been great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I miss him.
It's been.
I don't think I've seen you since one of the baby showers.
Because you didn't see her at Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
because
you
baby shower.
Because you left early for Thanksgiving. Because I got there.
I forgot about that. Because Matthew didn't see her last year either.
Yep.
Yeah, you were only there for a couple days.
Oh, I had to minimize that trip, dude. My mom.
Well, let me tell you, I had to minimize
Hi, because you're probably watching this.
I had to minimize.
She does listen to our show, FYI.
Did you hear about when
I don't appreciate being a bellhop. I'll just put it that way.
I don't appreciate people talking loudly during movies when we go to them during the whole movie.
Oh yeah, she's a
there
real
was,
loud gum chewer.
There was a
too.
second movie trip that I did not participate in because I was like, I might hurt somebody.
Well, I guess I do talk during movies. I don't go that often, and if I do go to a movie, I go by myself because.
Do you talk to yourself?
Do you talk about the spiritual impact?
No, I usually go by myself. But the last time I went to see a movie, a friend and I got real drunk. We went to see Trainwreck, and it was like the opening weekend, and we had to sit like on the floor because there was no seating, and we were just laughing and like not talking loudly. But this guy like got really confrontational. And he was like, "You really need to keep it down." I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Like, I didn't realize that this was like a really serious movie. Like, we're not watching. Like,
I don't tolerate. See, I would be that guy because I don't tolerate
loud
any
laughter.
Laughter's fine.
We were laughing.
That's fine.
It was more
laughing
like,
is fine.
It was more like laughing and being like, "Oh, that bitch. That's so funny," But like, this guy was like, "You just really need to keep it down."
The thing that drives me crazy during comedies is people that try and supplement with their own jokes. Or like that kind of thing. I can't deal with that.
Guilty.
That's not okay.
That guy behind you.
Hey, because like during like the last movie I walked out of was Ted, and I told this story. But like, I had a.
Wait, is that the one with the bear?
Yeah, it's real stupid. I thought it was terrible.
Did you like that one?
But.
Oh, I never seen it.
No, okay.
I was just really confused because I thought it was a child movie.
No,
definitely not.
Not at all.
And it's kind of like it's like a bear that has like. But he's like not really there. I kind of. Like,
he is there. He's a real bear that
show
comes to life.
Oh
yeah, no,
like
Wilfred.
Dog.
Wilfred's really good.
The one with the tall bunny and Jimmy Stewart.
But I had a.
Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah, it's a dumb joke. It's okay. You can just let those fly by.
Don't listen to anything that Phil's saying. I had a joke teller, and then I don't know what's worse, the joke teller. Or the person that just repeats back everything that just happened.
Guilty.
Yeah.
That's also the worst.
But I will say this. You're safe out there, Brendan, because I normally go to very serious movies. And like I said, I go by myself. So it's usually like, it was a one-off that I was at a comedy.
See,
so during a superhero movie, when there's a big climactic moment and the superhero saves someone and it's quiet afterwards, you don't say, "You know who else did that?" Jesus.
Well, yeah. I would never say that. I am an atheist, but I get your point. Like,
I discovered a good movies to go to because nobody talks because they're too scared. I went to a horror movie this weekend.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, no.
And I was like, this is it. I found the place where I can deal
because
people might scream out and that's okay. Yeah. I'm fine with that, but people it's too tense for people to talk. I saw The Green Inferno.
Ugh.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
It wasn't very good.
So like we grew up.
But it was still like I like the fact that I'm
horror movies. Like, have you ever watched them?
What?
Horror movies? Like
Phil loves.
Yeah, I love. But
Phil
I love,
like psychological PG-13.
Yeah,
Phil likes J horror.
Yeah,
like
PG-13
The Ring
is my ring.
Like
okay,
Grudge.
So like I never watched like horror films, and so I was like, it was like right when Netflix was like really catching on. I was like in my early 20s, and I was like being like a real cinema snob, and I'm like, I gotta see horror films, and so I was watching like these really fucked up ones, like just like really grotesque.
Like Takeshi Miike.
Yes.
And like Italian like zombie movies and stuff.
And
so like the really good
and
stuff.
I wasn't a drinker, and like I realized that when I was watching this, because I'd like watch it,
see The Killer.
I'd get all stoned and like watch it, and then it made it like too amplified, and so I would have to like drink, and I wasn't a drinker. And then my roommate at the time, she was like, "Why is there wine spilled everywhere?" And I'm like, because I watched the movie and then my drink goes everywhere. She got me a sippy cup, but
horror sippy cup.
No, literally, it was a child's sippy cup, and she was like, "You can't drink wine in the house unless you drink it out of the sippy cup." So after like I knocked all of that out, I was like, I'm not touching horror. Like I'll dip into like I like the psychological.
Well, I watched, and then today I watched. I watched The Final Girls on YouTube. It was $7. It's the one that Thomas Middleditch is in that he talked about.
Oh, okay.
So it's about. Do you ever see Last Action Hero where the kid gets sucked into the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie?
No, that sounds fun.
Well, it's great. Most
What?
people hate it. It was a huge bomb, but I think it's cool. Well, these kids, basically these teenagers, get sucked into a horror movie, and then they kind of got to play out the horror movie. It's why it's called
Really
the final.
good?
It's really good. It's really funny. It's
a newer one.
yeah, it just came out, and it's got
so like behind.
well, it's like
the
I think it's only playing in like a few theaters, and then it's on demand. Like I heard about it because Derek posted the trailer, and then we were at a and Thomas, do you ever watch Silicon Valley? Well, the guy from that is in it, and he's really funny. And he was on this podcast that Phil and I saw, and then it was really cool because they get sucked in the horror movie, and then they kind of have to. At first, they try to escape, and they realize like they can't escape because it's a movie.
Play it out.
And then they have to finish it. Like in order to kill the guy, like there has to be the final girl. Like so, it's kind of like.
No. Well, they got sucked in. They had to like help history.
Well, they sucked into history.
That's true.
They get sucked into the movie.
So it's like the Bill and Ted of horror.
And it's like a bad '80s slasher movie,
There's
like a Friday the 13th.
I take that back.
And then but it is really good, and it's got So did you know that girl? So the girl, well, I guess you don't watch American Horror Story.
No.
But the girl, you know Vera Farmiga?
Yeah.
I guess like I always said like this girl looks like Vera Farmiga, and it's her daughter.
Oh. Okay.
And I didn't know that. And
Jenny
she's
Farmiga.
in that. And Malin Ackerman from Watchmen, she's really good. And who else is in it? There were some other people. Oh, Alia Shawkat from Arrested Development.
Maybe.
Yes. And
Amber is the one that got Janelle and I introduced to Arrested Development. One day we came back to the house.
Oh yeah.
Stay Tuned.
Stay Tuned is the best sucked in
Steve is correct.
TV movie.
Stay Tuned with John Ritter. Oh, see, this is the
chat.
chat. So people who hang out with us can like type stuff. They can't like speak, but they can type stuff. So if they want to,
we could let them talk, but then it would just be chaos.
I think we even tried it once. It's not. So this is like they can make commentary. It's like they're live tweeting what you're saying.
Disneyland trip.
Yeah,
that's what he said. Like
because Phil goes to Disneyland all the time, and
my voice is not pleasant. It's fine. It's we've talked with you. It's not that. It's just that you can only have so many voices and have it be like understandable. It doesn't work with,
Because Stay Tuned. Wasn't there another one where they got
John
sucked
Ritter
in?
And who was the mom?
Wasn't it Beverly D'Angelo?
No, I think it was. Was it Margot Kidder? It was someone like that.
Now I gotta look. Wait, no, it wasn't Marv. It was I don't know. It was
It was.
Oh, now it's gonna bug
someone
me.
crazy was the mom.
I'm pretty sure. Are you sure it wasn't Beverly D'Angelo?
I'm not 100% sure. We need to find out.
Great that we can look this up.
I know.
No, it was somebody. It was Pam.
Dauber.
Pam Dauber, who to me kind of.
Yeah.
She kind of looks like her.
Wait,
Am I
who else is in
imagining
it?
that?
Like, go up a little bit.
Oh wait, no, she doesn't. She does look like Margot Kidder.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking Margot Kidder.
That's
She's
right.
like an airplane.
Mork and Mindy.
Oh yeah.
Like
Okay, yeah.
When was this movie? 1992.
Yeah, with John Ritter. It was on HBO like all the time. Like we watched it. It was like one of those.
I have it on VHS at our house.
And it was on TNT like later, and like they get sucked in. And it's the last. What's his face? The guy that does Tom and Jerry. Like he made a brand new.
Yeah.
It was like the last.
Who directed it?
Mm-hmm. Peter Hyams. I don't even know who that is.
But it was like they got sucked into like an MTV, so it keeps changing the channel. No, I guess it wasn't all MTV. They changed the channel, and so like MTV was part of it. They were on Dwayne's Underworld.
Well, because it's TV for the devil.
Yeah. It's like the devil watching.
And the
TV.
devil, and he wants people to die. And then like make them. Yeah, and like the ratings go up as like more people get killed. Because like all the shows is just people getting killed in these horrific ways.
Yeah.
There's like a crazy spoof of like a Japanese game show where they just torture people and murder. Like
there was Northern Overexposure.
Where they're like trapped in like a cabin and like they get eaten by wolves and stuff. Like just all these dumb.
It's great.
I'm down for it.
You should definitely check it out.
Yeah, never even heard of it.
It's a good like late night. Although I don't know, where are we at with Jeffrey Jones now?
No, that's one of those like great.
See, that's one of those things because he's also in Deadwood, and I don't know. And then in Deadwood, it was after, so they knowingly.
See, to me, a pre-one, like I think you.
So at some point,
other, like filmmakers.
So you know who Jeffrey Jones is, right?
No.
He's in.
I'm not wearing
Ferris Bueller, Beetlejuice.
Oh yeah.
So he's a pederast.
A what? A pedo?
Pedo.
Pedo.
Convicted.
Oh really?
Yeah.
He actually looks like what you would think. What? Oh, he was in Ferris Bueller.
Oh, he's in everything.
Yeah.
And then, but then here's where.
He's
So
one of those actors that's like.
So my
He's
problem.
that guy.
So you can see where there's this huge drop off in work because that's when the conviction happened. Except then he was in Deadwood, and he's great in Deadwood. It was the HBO Western.
Oh, I think I watched that. Wait, click
it's
on it
really good. It's like Ian McShane, and
Wasn't
know
there
they
only,
just
like,
cuss
2
a lot,
seasons?
and
Yeah,
there was not
I
that.
liked it.
Oh, it was
I liked
great.
it.
But
I
I'm
liked it
like,
a lot.
David Milch knowingly hired Jeffrey Jones, knowing that he was a convicted sex offender, and then I'm like, but if it what if it was your friend? What if your friend is like a convicted sex offender and he's like on the path to rehabilitation? He can't get any work.
I don't know. It's
Phil, if I was a convicted sex offender, would you?
Well, I gotta say this. Okay, like I think there's two types of people that are really fucked up. Like I'm not like coming out pro pedo. Like people that hurt animals and kids are just like a different level of fucked up that I can't really even comprehend.
Yeah.
But I think it is wrong that like people can go online and be like, oh, he did this. He's right next to me. Because it's not like you can be like, oh, this person like cooked meth next to me. Maybe I don't want to live next to this guy that like previously cooked meth.
Well, that's where as a society we've decided that these crimes are worse than other crimes.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know. They were just talking about that.
It's worse, but like at the same time, I think.
Well, then and then also like these are still human beings, and shouldn't they have rights? And and then if they're trying to get, and then also like, wouldn't it discourage people if they let's say you're a pedophile and you like let's say you want to get help, like wouldn't that discourage you from trying to get help? Like if you know that you're going to be ostracized and like.
Yeah, but I think the main thing about that is that it does help to keep them from situations where it could happen again.
That's true.
And because that's
I was just reading a whole article. There was a whole article about like Halloween is like like in San Diego County, they force convicted sex offenders to put up signs like around like during Halloween, like don't come here.
Oh my God, really?
And so but they were protesting because they're like saying that's basically putting a target and saying come like beat the crap out of me or whatever. I mean, but it is kind of one of the so there was pros and cons, and one guy was saying
Sudden Valley.
One of the guys was saying he's like for me it's good because I don't want to be tempted.
Yeah, well, and see, and that's the thing, like because I think that.
But then other people are like, I'm just trying to move on with my life, and this is not helping. So like I don't know. We're dealing with the tough issues here.
I know. We should get started on actual show. We really need to.
Yes, we do, because I have to leave. I have to leave at 3:00.
And we're wasting good Amber time. Like,
yes.
We can have better material.
All right,
for Amber
we do. Yeah. Well, that's why we're getting.
I don't want to come out as Amber, that girl from Colorado that's pro pedo.
No, too late. Too late.
I mean, no, just kidding. There's always like ways to make things better. It's not that. But we
Unmarried with Children. That was another one.
Unmarried. Yeah. From
just talking. Yeah. Talking about Stay Tuned. Okay, so let's do this.
All right, here we go. Well, we should check the mic real quick.
Oh yeah,
we're actually
check. Hello. Talk. Go ahead and talk.
Talk.
Just talk normal.
Talk normal.
What would you say?
What would I say?
There we go. That's the check. That's it.
All right, that looks pretty good.
Are you on the like butt one right now?
Check. Hello. What butt one?
Talk.
Butt? What are you talking about?
The butt shape on this, yeah.
What? Oh. Yes, I'm on the butt.
You're on the butt. That's good.
Butt one.
It changes like what? Butt. Yeah, see, look at the little picture.
Shaped like a butt.
But it changes what pattern the mic picks up, so that it doesn't pick up behind it, and then it only picks up. So
we could do it like a full circle, so it pick up the whole room.
Right, but we don't want that because then it'll pick up extra noise from the computer and that kind of.
And when Phil makes weird noises, like playing the things
stuff that I fiddle with.
I did want to pick up that Marmaduke book.
Well, one of the segments on our show is I read a Marmaduke to close out the episode because it's terrible. Because it's so bad.
It's like the worst thing ever.
And we've just been trying to figure out, like, here.
Like, I feel like...
Here's the comic from last week. It's like 2 pages. You got it.
I still feel like he, like, bribed somebody at Parade magazine. And then that's how he got his in. Because it was in Parade magazine, and that's how it got big, right? Like,
honestly, all the Sunday funnies were awful, but I liked this one because it has a dog in it. I'm just.
Is that it? Like, is that
the thing? Yeah. It's like, oh, these are all horrible, but at least there's something I like in it.
Like, there are some of these just have no punchline.
Whereas, like
at least
Family Circus.
Oh, Family Circus is the worst thing.
Yeah.
Nothing I like, not even funny, but this one I'm like.
But Family Circus has
so
some
cute.
weird stuff. Like, we were talking about all the weird stuff in Family Circus, where like their ghost grandpas talking to them, and like. There's like the boo or whatever.
There's a lot of ghosts.
There's like ghosts that hang out with them and some other weird stuff.
But then you look at something like Calvin and Hobbes that was like genius and it was there. And why didn't we have more of that? I guess there's only one Bill Watterson.
It's true. And then most of it, like now you have like 8 different versions of The Far Side.
Yeah, which sometimes produce good stuff. What?
Yeah. How do you guys feel about Kathy comics?
Oh, yeah.
Andy Samberg doing Kathy is like the funniest thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you ever see when he did that?
Yes.
It's hilarious.
He would come on Weekend Update as Kathy.
Yeah. And just say ack.
It's really good.
Yeah.
And make the face.
Ack.
Yeah. That's every Kathy.
Yeah.
There was just like that thing about like going to a woman's house and seeing a Kathy comic on the fridge.
And you knew what kind of woman.
Said a lot about that.
Said a lot about that person.
But now we don't have those kind of signs.
No. It's different times.
Death of print media, man.
All right. Well, now it's all on Facebook and whatever. You can read them all there.
Ack.
Okay, I have one real quick, like, non-podcast story.
Okay.
The story about my mom locking her keys in her car to get out when she got out and took a picture.
That's like such
it's like the best Gail story.
It is.
So my mom like is like really into photography.
Your mom is also into Facebook, and she seems really nice.
God, she loves Facebook.
She is. She's very nice.
She's very nice.
She boosts up our cloud a lot, clicking on all of our pictures.
I still want to know what would happen if my mom and your mom met. Like, I think they'd either like destroy each other, or their combined like mom powers would just like destroy the whole world. Like, I don't know, because they're very similar, but they both have that like I don't know, that your mom reminds me a lot of my mom. Like,
I gotta say, like the
in
one
certain
thing
ways.
like that my friends have said about my mom, because I feel like your friend, like you and Janelle's friends, have very different like opinions of my mom.
Yeah.
Like the things that like my friends have said, like your mom just doesn't give a fuck, dude. She's just like so rude, or like or just like they just. I think like you're like Janelle's like friends.
Parts of
See, my mom has that part too. Like, I don't know, but I feel like my mom and your mom, they have similar, like, I mean, they raised 2 kids by themselves, basically.
Yeah.
And kind of that does something to you.
You're just the like male version of it, because you and your brother were about the same part as you and your sister.
Yeah.
So it's very.
I don't know. Your mom seems very nice.
She is very nice,
my mom
but
is
she
very
also
passive aggressive.
Oh yeah, my mom. That's my mom too. Like, that's very. She has this. I don't know, but anyways, but the story.
If you are a mom, you have to learn the skill of passive
Part of the
aggressive.
power.
I think every
and
mom.
Manipulation.
Oh yeah, every mom has that ability.
But you got to tell the story real quick.
Oh yeah.
We should
So real quick bonus story. So my mom's really into like photography,
nature,
and taking like nature pictures. So she's driving along in Wisconsin, wherever, and she sees this awesome like bridge or something.
Well, no, there's like a bit like the fall color kicked in, like this really bright red tree.
So just
really
like
pretty
things you don't see here.
Yeah.
And she gets out of the car and takes a picture, and then she realizes she left her car running with the keys in, and she locked the door.
And her cell phone was
in there.
She couldn't call anyone.
So she just had a. So this idea of my mom like walking around for 30 minutes
all these like
farmhouses.
She finally found someone who was home that would like call AAA for her or something.
It's just
and
see, it runs in the family locking the keys in the car. Although I don't know what she has, like a newer car.
Never done it. Never will do it. Here's why. I'm not completing the cycle of losing keys. That is something my mom always did, and we'd be like, "Oh,
well, also Janelle.
Key up by the door.
Janelle is like the worst.
Well, that's something I don't do. There's like there's
so it didn't.
That,
you broke the cycle.
I broke the cycle of being late everywhere. To like the to the extreme degree. Like I always get to the airport. Like I'm at the gate 2.5 hours early, no matter what. It's really annoying. I never lose my keys either.
Yeah, there was a time when Brendan locked his keys in the car at least once a day, sometimes twice a day, and he would call me.
No, you just gotta do spectacles, testicles, keys, and wallet. Checklist.
Yeah, from what is that movie?
What is that from?
Angel. Oh no, they're like nuns.
Angels in the Outfield?
No, they're nuns. It's a British movie. They did Spectacles, Testicles, Wallet, and Watch. That's how they remembered how to do their
that's what it is. Okay.
sign of the cross. But it's that. I think it's Eric
One
Idle.
with Eric Idle.
Nuns on the Run. I think it's Nuns on the Run.
I've never seen that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's that.
Well, I think that's a common thing. They teach that in like Catholic school.
Is it really?
Yes, not teach it, but that's like what people.
That's how
how they remember. That's a pretty standard thing. Anyways, so my mom does that, and that was funny. I thought it was funny. I just had this imaginary just idea of my mom wandering around, and like all these people.
It was a pretty picture, though.
It was.
She did a good job.
Yeah.
All right, we should start.
All right. Oh, Derek's here. Yes, I'm picking you up in 2 hours. I'm leaving at 3. Oh, Derek, there was this whole conversation going.
Okay.
All right.
There we go.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Radio BrendoMan. I'm Brendan Creecy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
And we have a guest today.
Very special guest.
How do I get this back up here?
This is Amber.
Oh, there we
this
go.
is Janelle's sister, my wife's sister.
So your sister-in-law.
My sister-in-law.
Who we have known for years and years.
Really?
Yeah, like 2
Since
decades.
you were you would have been in what, junior high, high school?
High school.
Yeah. Amber, okay, so there's a couple things that Amber's going to talk about that I already have pre-picked out
Okay.
here.
Oh, really?
Well, we talked about this a little bit. Amber was there for some of the early Brendo freakouts and is going to give her perspective on them, and it is fantastic.
I forgot about this.
So you guys probably, if you're a long-time listener to the show, you've heard us talk about it. We just walked right into it. I've been wanting to get this started right now. So, if you're a long-time listener to the show, you've heard us talk about the famous Magic Mountain stories. We did a lot of them out there. And Amber was there for the great Rick Hamamoto, abandoning us, everyone piling into the car. And I'm going to turn it over to Amber. Amber, can you just tell us your perspective on what happened on that fateful
Well, I
day?
don't want to be inflammatory to my hosts.
Oh, it's
okay.
So,
Go ahead.
This is coming from my perspective, and I think it was funny when we were talking about it, because you were saying that everyone has a different perspective. Where I was coming from, first was a place of disappointment, and
because we didn't get to go to Magic Mountain.
I didn't go to Magic Mountain, and it's like a far drive.
There was 2 different days, though. There was one where we got all the way there and then didn't go. But were you there for the time when we did go?
No, I was
Okay.
not
No,
there.
she had to leave.
Pure disappointment.
She was only the missing day.
And then
So the
we
flex
had to
points
ride
things
back.
happened on that day?
There's she's got multiple.
Okay,
Don't worry.
okay.
Let her get to it here.
Sorry. Okay.
So anyway, I don't remember. I guess I blocked out this Hamamoto fellow who abandoned us. But it was a very strange drive back because we were literally asses to elbows in our grandma's Oldsmobile, and it was very
There's
uncomfortable.
6 people in there.
Yeah.
Literally.
Because it was Sunny. Was David there?
David.
Oh. But
Amber.
I don't think I can tell that part. Anyway.
Whoa.
I'm not going to say any names, but somebody, when we were close together, I'm going to do a little reenactment.
That sounds like a Vecchio move if I've ever heard of one.
Okay, so I don't remember too much, but Brandon really wanted to get back to get to the calf. Personally, I got to say, if you are going to be passionate about something at Biola, you guys had a banging calf.
Right? It was really good.
It was actually really good.
I gained so much weight.
Yep.
Well, that's good. I mean, it was a good calf. But anyway, you wanted to go, and we got there late, and literally, it was a full meltdown for sure. It was, I think a lot of cursing.
Just do the full performance. You don't have to hold back. You can say exactly what you saw that night.
Do it.
Words and all.
Oh, fuck! The calf's gonna be closed! Ah! And some of that, and then being no! And then you rip open the car door before it's even parked. It's not even in a spot. You rip open the car door. All of us kind of explode out because we're a can of sardines. And you haul ass and you're running there, and the calf doors are locked, and you grab them like this. And you're no! Yeah. So then we went to Taco Bell after.
And then we went to
But
I thought Brendan wound up getting in though, didn't he?
No.
Like, get them to open the door.
No, but there was like, you remember like there was the front door and you did like the lock thing, and I remember there's like a planter or something.
Yeah.
And you did hop over.
I did the hop over.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't. Still, I couldn't get in.
Because I remember sometimes
we used to hop over that. Because remember they put in that gate because that was our standard move.
Right.
So once they put in the gate, we just hopped over the other side of it.
I didn't know it was such a classic tale. But when I look back on it,
it's in Janelle's memory book.
It's really not so much about your freak out as much as it was, I was so pissed I didn't get to go to Magic Mountain.
Well, because that was the culmination of a lot of stress for all of us. Brendan chose to explode at the calf, but all of us were like frustrated because we'd driven all the way out there.
How far is it? It's a couple hours.
From Biola, it's like an hour and a half.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
That's actually
but it was like,
but all crammed together in that
again,
car.
there was like 6 of us in here.
Yeah.
And ask me when the last time I've been to Six Flags is.
When?
I probably have to say about 8 or 9 years old.
Yeah.
So Rick Hamamoto, whoever you are, if you listen to this show, I curse you, man.
Well, then the next time we went, he got us again because it was another situation where we'd gone in 2 cars, and then I think there was another Brendo meltdown because of this. So we went in 2 cars, and then he like somehow we got split up. Like I don't know what happened. He's like, I'm gonna go drive around and I'll pull up and get you guys.
You know what?
Yeah.
And once at Six Flags, shame on me. Leave me 2 or 3 times. You guys need to throw the Rick out.
Well, that was the last time we went with him.
Janelle told me I will never talk
because
to him again.
he took off. He took off and left like 3, like because like Sonny was supposed to go with him and like some other person, and so then we ended up having to cram in the car again. That might have been the Flex Plains one.
Yeah, I can't. Well, because there was one of them though where we came back late, and then because that was when I had to go to the Spivvies recording, so that was a different thing.
But I think it was that
time, yeah,
because Sonny was in the car.
Okay, now there was another Brendan story that we were talking about that you were going to tell too, and I can't remember now what it was. Do you remember what it was?
Me neither. Are you playing Q? Are you the one who whispered in my ear?
No. I really don't remember. I don't remember. Okay, maybe we'll think of it. Maybe we'll move on.
I really don't know.
I'm trying to think
of
other.
The only thing that we talked about, was that it was like, yeah.
Okay, it was that one. Okay.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can remember.
Do you have any other Brendo back in college type memories that you can bestow upon us?
No, not really, actually.
So you only came out a couple times to visit.
I remember the other time you came to visit was when they did their when you guys did the Waiting for Guffman mock rock.
Oh yeah.
God, life changing.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that was so cool. I mean, like, here's the thing.
And nobody.
The thing was like growing up and actually watching like the old movies today, I realized like I thought my sister was so cool. Everything she did was like super cool. And it's funny looking back at the movies because I'm like, no, she's not cool. Like she wanted things like that were like 5 years too young for her. But like her and I weren't like, even close or really friendly until she went to college. When I came out to Biola, and I met all of you guys. She was like popular. She was extroverted. She was indie. She was fun. And I was like, yeah. I mean, like she was just, she really changed in such a wonderful way. It was
because you came really out also. I remember when she was shooting her movie she directed.
Yeah.
And you were like PA on the movie for a while.
Oh, right? Yeah.
I remember you carrying around like a notebook.
That might have been around the same time.
It might have been the same time.
That was the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like I've always wanted to be, like with Big Sis, but that was really fun. And actually, when Janelle and I were leaving Disneyland, I was like, I wonder how different of a person I would have been if I actually would have gone to Biola instead of what I ended up doing with my life. Just because I think that it was, I don't know, you guys really had a good thing going there.
The experience for me was like worth every penny of it.
Yeah. I complain all the time about how I'm going to be in debt forever and I'm probably going to.
Yeah, you and everybody else.
I'm going to end up in some kind of, we're all going to like, I was just reading an article where like there was some guy was like saying like we should all just default on our student loans. Like, what are they going to do? Like if everybody did it,
civil disobedience.
Because that's the worst thing ever.
but then like it's a terrible
I'll tell you
idea.
What to do, because here's what I did. They take your taxes.
Yeah, they garnish
your paychecks.
It's not like a normal credit situation.
No,
Right.
yeah.
The government will get their money.
Will get their money.
Deadbeat father, no, but I got treated.
Oh, I got garnished but that was just for income tax payments. But yeah, I don't know.
But I'm one of the few Americans that doesn't have student loans. Janelle was actually trying to talk me into going back to school, and I'm like,
at this point in time, I feel like
I just don't know if it's like
I question
Well, it depends. I mean, I don't want to go on a whole nother college thing because we did that last week, but I think that there's depending on what you want to go
blew the lid open on college.
I wouldn't go to a 4-year university, but you could find if there's a specific thing.
Well, I gotta say this. I mean, when people are like, if you won $1 million, what would you want to do with your life, or what really makes you happy? None of those things pay, okay? Right now, it's a very sad thing. At my work, it's a state history museum.
Yeah,
and literally 60% of the staff is gone. And these are people with masters. These are people with doctorates. These are people with those type of degrees that were working in entry-level positions at a museum. I mean, so I'm not going to be as foolish to be like, man, I really want to get, my holistic healing degree.
Well, that's why I say, it depends on what you want to do.
Know.
If you want to be a nurse, obviously, you're going to have to go into a nursing school. But if not, at this point in your life, there's probably other ways you could go about changing a career.
I think I'm just holding out. I want a dog ranch.
Yeah, that sounds pretty awesome.
Well, I described my ideal dog ranch to somebody, and they told me that it sounded like Doggy Thunderdome. And they were like,
"Are they fighting or something?"
Well, no, I was just like,
"Is it just a strongest shall survive situation?"
Well, yeah, actually, I was like, I want to get back to nature. Some of I'm not going to be one of those people that's like, I'm going to take every dog, and even the dogs with wheels for back legs. I mean, I love dogs, but no.
Where you draw the line.
Yeah.
Do you have a dog?
What?
Do you have a dog?
No. I used to. His pup, rest in peace. But no, I want a dog ranch where they can just form a pack, have their own natural leader. Some may not be the alpha, some may, but
so you want a Call of the Wild camp. You should call it Call of the Wild.
Call of the Wild Camp.
Call of the Wild Camp.
All right. So for our audience, we might not. Let's just. You grew up out here?
Yes.
And then you guys moved to Colorado?
Yes.
And you currently live?
10. I live in Denver.
How do you like Denver?
This would be a great segue.
All right.
So Denver, if you're anyone is curious, has gone through an explosive population increase.
Yeah.
And I love Denver.
Is it people moving away from California?
It's the new Austin.
Okay.
So people are coming there.
Is it because of the weed?
Well, that's the thing. So that's what we've all been fighting about. People are like, oh, it's weed and this and that. But Denver has had a really healthy economy ever since 2008. We were the only ones that survived the recession. And there's gas and electric and big major jobs there. And for me, the reason I like Denver is it's sunny and there's a great music and art scene, and it was always affordable.
Isn't that a thing? Red Rocks?
Yeah, actually, no, I don't like Red Rocks because I don't like the stairs. It's too much exercise. It really is. It's you really have to.
I've never been there, but I've always wanted to go. Is a venue.
Oh, okay.
It's an outdoor. A lot of
beautiful.
A lot of amazing live albums have been recorded at Red Rocks.
Very.
U2 live at Red Rocks. Dylan.
Yeah.
Upon all the big
Beatles.
Yeah.
Okay, so Denver's really great and stuff, but it's gotten ridiculous. So
expensive and stuff.
Oh, I mean, here's
it's what's happening in Portland right now.
No, it's worse.
Okay.
We were the fastest growing city this last year. So what's been happening, a good illustration is my friend moved back into this area that it's is downtown, and they landlords are doing first and last month's rent, cool, 6 months up front.
Whoa. What?
If you have that kind of money, you will have the house.
Yeah, why would I be renting?
Okay,
that's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
I've lived in this charming or quaint building for 4 years.
Yeah, hearing your apartment stories makes me feel good about my apartment life because you don't have drinkable water?
No, I got a personalized letter
that
I have never gotten from Denver Water because the water in Denver is rad.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I've never been a bottled water drinker.
Because Coors, that's the thing about Coors Light.
Yeah, it's not clear. And so it was like, dear Amber, blah, blah, blah. If you have any issues, let me just remind you how great Denver water is. And I was like, all right, it tastes weird. It looks weird. And I got a letter. I try not to drink it. So
don't worry about the cloudy stuff. It's totally fine.
It's all natural.
But like, so it's like, it's a catch-22 because I don't want to be one of those poo-poo people that are like, get out of my state. No, Denver's rad. And that's like what makes it rad is that everyone there is really happy to live there and friendly, but I can't afford to. And there's actually some upsides of gentrification of my neighborhood. So when I moved in there, there's like a little crack park across the street, you know, and everyone around me was kind of like in the same kind of like older building. And in the last 4 years, it's like all prefabs. And so I think it was Labor Day. I hear some fighting in my alley. And I'm like, get my binoculars because I have those. Because I love to watch
rear window.
I love to watch a good bum fight. So I'm like, bum fight, here we go. Okay, here's what's going on. What are you doing down there? No, I'm just putting this in the trash. That's not trash. That's recycling. No, it's all trash. It all ends up in the same place. What did he say down there? He said the trash is that no recycling is trash and it doesn't matter. Someone else comes out. You take that shit out, man. I'm going to come down there. You take that out. That's recycling.
It sounds like a Portlandia sketch.
I know. It literally was. And so someone actually came down to harass this guy and take it out and hit him in the face for putting trash in the recycling.
Holy crap.
So I was like, maybe gentrification is okay. Also, now I have a lot of cute dogs in my neighborhood. There's like this baby Samoyed.
Some like crazy hybrid dogs.
Oh, like all of like those super cutes. And I like, the guy was walking. The super cutes. And like this guy was walking his dog and I was like, oh, I'm sorry, can I pet your dog? And like he rolled his eyes and he's like, we've done this before. Are you really gonna do this? Yes.
Oh my God.
Pet my dog. And I'm like, because that's how people are.
Yeah. I think it is. I think Denver's the new Portland.
It actually is.
Actually, after hearing you say
I actually feel like it is too. And also too, I'm really sick of people being like, weed, you got the good stuff with you, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Having legal weed is wonderful. It's done great things for our economy, but I don't like immediately, being pinned as a burnout whenever I leave my city. It's pretty annoying.
It's like how people know we're from Southern California want to know if we got our surfboards with us.
Dude, nobody says that. Dude.
No, I'm not kidding.
When I moved to Wisconsin, it was insane.
Yeah, when my brother.
Nobody says that. Are you kidding me?
I got made fun of for saying rad to the point where I took it out of my vocabulary, and everybody thought I was a surfer.
What do people say in Wisconsin?
Just like
cheese curds,
beer, cheese. They don't say bro.
That's your man.
They don't say bro, they just say A all the time, and I don't know.
Wow.
Well, if any of your reader or any of your listeners out there want to know about Denver, please move there. But you'll have to sell 3 houses to be able to afford an apartment with a leaky roof and bed bugs in downtown Denver.
Doesn't it snow all the time?
Like weed?
Snow like weed?
Wait.
Doesn't it snow?
Oh, I thought you said, does it smell?
Does it smell? It smells like weed all the time.
Actually,
I don't.
No, actually, it doesn't. That's the reason I can live in Denver because the snow is so minimal.
Okay.
Like it will be like a blizzard, and then like hours later, next day it's gone. Because I grew up in California, I don't like the snow.
Because they're up high, but you're away from you're in like the rain shadow from the Rockies, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But like in Colorado Springs and stuff, doesn't it just like snow all the time?
No.
Where does it snow all the time?
Again, because you got the mountains here, and then the storms come in, and they're in the rain shadow. It's almost like a desert.
It doesn't snow all the time anywhere in Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why people think that. Maybe because there's like ski resorts.
Because it's Colorado. Like I don't know. I went to Vail, and I think that's why. Because the worst, like we got stuck in like near one of those ski. We were on our way to Vail, and then we got stuck on like our shuttle van. We were with this other family. Ski? I used to. This was like when I was in junior high, and like my mom started taking us on all these crazy vacations because she was worried that we were gonna like turn. I don't know. This was like after my dad died, and like my mom was just trying to pacify us. She's like, "I'll take them on all these crazy vacations," like, and she spent a ton of money that probably could have been used.
Vail's like extreme.
Yeah.
Ski?
No,
I did
we were
a ton
going.
growing up. Yeah.
So we were going to
Bear.
Keystone. Is Keystone? Is that a place?
Yeah, that's where.
So
the
that's
poor
where we
people
ended up
go to
getting.
live.
We were on the way to Vail. We got stuck at Keystone where we couldn't go any farther. So we ended up going there. And I just remember like it snowed so much we never got to our hotel.
No,
Is that-
that's pretty classic Colorado though. Those epic snowstorms.
The Shining.
And that's when you
That's
got
in Estes Park.
Yeah.
I love the Stanley Hotel.
Have you been there?
They have actually, since you like scary movies, they have a
Yeah.
really good horror film festival.
I've always wanted to go there.
Like the horror film festival there is like amazing because they'll have like a bunch of directors and stuff like that. I've never been.
But tell her about how you got arrested though.
Man,
What?
On that trip with your mom.
what are you talking about?
Remember you had all that trouble with the cops there? The Keystone cops?
Okay, you're not allowed to talk anymore.
I don't want to hear about this.
No, it's just him being dumb about Keystone
Keystone
Cops. It's Phil being.
Oh, I thought we were just
No.
I thought we were
This
gonna
is how
switch
every-
up.
That's how it goes. I do like a big setup for a good pun, and then Brendan gets mad, and then we move on.
Oh, so you weren't arrested in Keystone?
No.
I totally made that up.
So I'm not going to tell you about me getting arrested in Kansas then.
You got
We're not
arrested
gonna
in
swap.
Kansas?
Apparently, we're not going to swap. So
That's what you get for telling a dumb
You
joke.
can tell her about how you almost got arrested for panhandling.
I did get arrested for panhandling in Las Vegas, and I got a ticket.
were you gambling? Were you out of money?
Panhandling? No.
Like, why would you do
this,
that?
I don't know. I was going through this weird time
Were
in
you
my
a street
life.
performer that was unlicensed?
Well, Matt Moss gave me the idea that I should like take his harmonica and just go sit on a corner in Las Vegas. So I did because I don't know. I was going through this weird existential crisis.
but you're not even going to make money there. That's what everyone.
I
in Vegas is
made
doing.
hundreds of dollars.
Shut up.
This drunk guy comes up and gives us he filled up. I had like one of those like change buckets. He filled it up with like bills. And then he gave us all, like, there was a bunch of other homeless kids with me, and he gave us all passes to we got to go to Siegfried and Roy, like front row. And then afterwards I took the money and bought all the homeless kids dinner because I felt bad.
Because we were all wondering if he went on like this. It's like his walkabout, like Crocodile Dundee style. Because where's Brennan? He went and stayed in a
I
hostel.
stayed in a hostel in Vegas. What's let me tell you?
and played
Never
harmonica.
stay in a hostel in Las Vegas.
We're like, what are you doing?
Hostels are.
I got like I got bites. I don't know if they were bed bugs or what. It was
Yeah.
horrible. And then
Well, it's kind of a blessing because if you're one of those people that is allergic to bed bug bites, then you always know there's bed bugs. I'm the kind that doesn't.
I like got like this crazy. I thought it was a rash,
Yeah, it sounds like
and
bed
then I
bugs.
showed it. I remember I showed it to Mark Cole, and he's like bed bugs,
Bed bugs.
and I was like, whoa.
Thanks for hanging out, Steve. Oh, I missed him.
But yeah, I ended up getting this ticket, and they wanted me to come back to Vegas because I immediately was like, what am I doing? I need to go home. And I remember it was one of those like it would have been like from a TV movie.
How old were you when you were a runaway?
It's like I was like 19. I was
Yeah, it's
like
like
in Viola.
Like he just took off 1 week, like wasn't in classes or whatever. I'm like, where's
Took off.
Brendan? Matt's like, I think we went to Vegas. I don't know.
Man,
And then, but it was like a TV movie because I remember being like, I just want to go home. I miss my friends. And it was like 3 a.m. and I drove straight through. And of course, like Phil
I was, like,
and
up watching a
Phil
movie
and
or
Mark
something.
Cole were up, and they're like, "Hey, man!" And it was like, I'm like, I'm back home, like I'm back, and like I felt it was
that is
just,
such
like
a weird place to go, though.
it was.
Like I would just think if you were like, yeah, I'm gonna play a harmonica and be on the strip, I'd be like, Portland.
I didn't
Or
know
you
about any of that. I was 19. I had a crappy Honda Accord.
And Vegas is like 3.5 hours away.
Vegas, the city of broken dreams.
Well, never stay in a hostel in Vegas. And then I got a ticket, and they're like, well, you have to appear in court. And I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm in college. And so what I told them was that I was doing it for a research, which I ended up writing a research paper for one of my education classes about like how people treated like homeless people, because most people treated me like shit. But this one guy gave us all this money. And then I was like my other funny story is it's not that funny, but when you think about it, it's actually pretty sad. But I was with some homeless kids, and it turned out a couple of them were prostitutes.
Mhm.
And this guy pulled up and was like, hey, does anybody want to go to Denny's? And I was about to be like, oh, yeah, Denny's. And then one of the girls is like, okay, I'll go. And there's this one guy that kind of like took me in, like showed me the ropes. So he like shoved me back down. He's like, you don't want to go to Denny's, dude. And and the girl got in the car with him, and I don't know. Yeah.
Let's just hope that she got pancakes.
So you did write this paper afterwards, and
So I
that's how
did,
you, like,
and then the judge. So basically, what I ended up doing was I faxed the paper and like this letter to the judge, being like, "Look, I I'm not a homeless bum panhandler person. I was doing this for research.
Dude, could you get out of that situation any more white? No, I'm really from La Mirada. No, dear judge, I am not a crackhead.
Basically,
and I'm not out here in Vegas to suck any D. I'm actually just here to write a really good paper.
So I got out of it.
I'm sorry.
But it's true. And like I felt bad, but like the way the cops treated me, like I have never felt more like helpless and like horrific. And like I'm like, that's what these kids have to deal with and all these people, because like the cops treated me like I was sucking D in like the bushes or something by Treasure Island, because like they were gonna take me in, and I was like, if I end up in Vegas jail, my mom's gonna be so mad at me. That's what's going through my head, and I'm like,
my mom's gonna be mad. I have to get home.
Because I'm just like,
that is like a really weird story.
I know.
Can you imagine what would happen?
Like, where'd you been?
And that's why what happens in Vegas.
Yeah. Can you imagine Gail Creecy?
Unless you're writing essays about it for A's.
Can you imagine Gail? It's like 3 a.m. She gets a call. Ma'am, this is the Las Vegas Police Department. We have your son. Like, she would rip my testicles off.
Do you still have that paper?
No.
I want to read it.
I want to read that. I want to go back in time and read that.
Shelley Cunningham probably has it.
Well, I just remember again, and it's probably I was up playing a video game.
It was you and Mark. Because Matt was gone. I don't even know where. Matt was probably off with some girl, and because that was in his heavy like chasing after. I don't know who he was chasing
like
after.
4 a.m. or something.
And it was you and Mark Cole, and Mark had his guitar or something, and you were like. I remember. It was the most comforting thing I've ever like. I've never been more relieved in my life.
Wait, how many days were you gone?
Like 4.
Oh my god!
And nobody knew where I was. That was the other crazy. I didn't tell anybody. I don't think I told anybody where I was going. I think I told Matt.
You went to Vegas.
But like, what if so many bad things could happen?
Yeah, like
no, it's just a really weird spot to go to.
When I have an existential crisis, I would like go out to camping in the desert for a little while and like chill. And you went to a hostel in Vegas, like not the same thing I would have done.
Yeah, well, we're all different people.
I guess it worked. I guess it got it out of your system. Hopefully,
some dudes like videotaped me, and I've always wondered like, what did they do? There was like some. I think they were making like a documentary or something, or I don't know what they were doing.
Did you even know how to play harmonica?
No, like Matt showed me a couple chords. So I just did the same chords over and over again.
Wow.
And I was like kind of making up songs as I was like going.
I would love to see video footage of that.
Somebody somewhere there's video of Brendo, because I intentionally wore like raggedy clothes. I slept during the day, and then I went out and stayed out like all night. And like Vegas at like 4 a.m. with homeless kids is like a whole different. It's like the most depressing thing you've ever seen in your whole life. Wow. And it kind of made me just appreciate. It did. It made me like be like, wow, I have a pretty good life. Because at that time, I think I was like, because I was like failing. I knew I was gonna fail out of Biola. Like,
did you?
Kind of. Like I failed some classes, and they
like probation.
I was already on academic probation, and then I got this letter basically saying I couldn't come back. But then at that point, I was like, well, I can't come back anyways because I don't have money. But then just as like a one last like. I wrote this letter to like somebody in the Biola administration because I was already really pissed off about all the other stuff that had been going on, like Springfest. And I remember that summer we'd spent like half the summer trying to raise money for KBK and just kept getting shut down at like every corner. Yeah. Just people telling me and Phil that we were idiots and like nothing we were doing was worth their time or money. And
literally being told like dream smaller.
Yeah, aim lower.
Yeah, aim lower.
By like a dean. Yeah. So I was just so frustrated. So I wrote this letter. It was kind of like the Breakfast Club letter. Like, you can do whatever you want. You could expel me. I don't even care. It was this whole thing. And then the guy's like, you can come back if you want. And I was like, I don't even want to. Like, I'm not going to. Because they did. They're like, we will have you back. Like, but I didn't have money. I had like, because they had cut all my financial aid.
Right.
Like,
was it a pretty expensive school?
Oh my God.
Yeah, definitely.
I had a full Cal grant plus 2 private scholarships plus loans, and I still could barely afford.
My first year there,
it was like $30,000.
Well, no, it was $18,000 when I started, and then it goes up a little bit by the time, and that's just for tuition.
So like not housing and anything.
Yeah. So I mean,
we were in the cheapest dorm, and it was still like $15,000 a year.
But that campus is so beautiful.
It is. And again, like I don't regret the experience. I don't regret having a degree.
I wouldn't be sitting here. Like that's crazy. Like if I think about like one decision in my life that I did do correctly, it was going there. Maybe should have majored in something like computer science that might have helped me more. Could have actually used. At Biola, it was Christian Ed. I was wanting to be a youth pastor and all that stuff, and that didn't quite pan out. So
what was yours?
I was radio, television, film, communications with an emphasis.
Most of my friends were either RTF or art majors. Those were the kids that I hung out with.
So I'm actually using my radio part right now.
Yay!
On Radio BrendoMan.
And then I think about like, what if I had started hanging out with all the Christian education kids instead of all you guys? And like, I would have had a totally different like experience there. I probably would have hated it.
Probably.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about the what ifs.
It is. It's weird.
Yeah.
But it doesn't.
I went to a Christian university.
Where?
I went to Colorado Christian University in Lakewood.
What was that
like?
My
mom was an adjunct professor, so I got free tuition, and I just had to pay room and board. But they made me live on campus.
Was it like a?
So I was coming
like a sex class.
I don't. This is pre.
Okay, this is before all that.
I forget that you know about this. It's like a dark side of like my life that I don't talk to anybody about, and I've literally almost like unfriended my best friend for showing like the TLC clips to people.
Unfortunately, our whole audience knows about it.
Everyone on our show has seen it, so
yeah,
we don't have to tell you.
But no, I went to a Christian school, and everyone in my dorm, keep in mind that they should have been like sophomores. They were all homeschoolers.
Oh yeah.
And they literally were coming in crying because they missed their parents. And I was like living by myself before that. You know, I was just like, I've made a huge mistake. And one of them did a rumor report on me. That's actually was the thing.
They called them rumor report.
They called them that. And
like
campus security, it actually was. They searched my room looking for weed in my car. And I was like, no, I just, I wear patchouli. Actually, I was smoking weed. But I didn't do it. Like I just took it away once I knew, because they told me that they were going to come search me. And I was like, okay. So I told my friend, I was like, let's take my weed. No, it was a really weird school. I actually had a film studies guy, and he was like the worst. The worst taste in movies. And every movie that we watched, it was a secular one, and he tried to find like this really tie-in for like
I hate that.
Why it's a Christian movie. Like
that happened at Biola all the time too.
Yeah, and I was going through like my really like super highbrow like cinema phase, and so I was like excited to take a film class.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, do you remember any in specific? I just said a Matthewism. Hey, there, Matt. Do you remember any in particular that you studied?
Like the movies?
Yeah, like just one.
What was that one with paying it forward?
Pay it forward.
Pay it forward.
Oh,
that movie sucks.
Yeah, you didn't have to like reach too far. It's pretty much
So that was one of the movies that we
and that movie also sucks.
Never saw it, but
it's terrible.
I don't even remember what other movie, but it was like along that line.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think it was actually the class was called The History of Cinema, and we had a great textbook.
Pay it forward.
Yeah, and we had a great textbook.
I'd be so mad
because it wasn't like a Christian textbook, but it was like the history of film.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I loved that book. We never cracked that book open once.
Of course not.
We never took any tests, and so that it just turned into like me going to that class and just like sleeping.
See, I have a fascinating reason I asked. I have a little like a weird twisted fascination with that whole concept of like finding like Christian messages and things where there clearly aren't. So like I bought a book about like in the bargain bin. I'm not spending a ton of money on this, but for like 60 cents or something. And it was looking for like the Christian messages in Coen Brothers movies.
Oh my God.
And it has Big Lebowski on the front cover
and
stuff. And it's hilarious. Like, oh my gosh, you obviously are not watching the same movie I'm watching. And why, like,
well, you know what, Phil?
Who's the market for that? Who's like in a Christian bookstore going like, oh yeah, I do want to find out how.
It's just a bunch of Christians that want to feel better about themselves because they feel guilty about watching R-rated movies.
Yeah.
And that never
fascinates me.
Never occurred to me, but it is a big, like, it's a way to assuage their guilt.
I guess that's what it is, but
or try to like, I don't know what that is because I never experienced it.
I don't feel bad like experiencing someone's art and then like believing something.
But I think it is like, just a guilt thing and like a weird like thing because and then also just trying. But there is this whole part of the Christian culture where they try to Christianize like songs, things, because they want, because I don't know, I might be reaching here, but like when you're trying to justify, if you're really having trouble with your own faith, you're trying to like be like, look, this person believes the same thing I do, so then you try and find it like everywhere to try and prop yourself up.
I think that's just I think that's like the human experience.
Yeah, though. You're trying to find.
Humans are always looking for community,
and I think that's just the way they do it. Like it makes sense.
Yeah,
because you try and do that like with other stuff and everything. Like I watch,
and the dude is taking it easy out there for all the sinners. So
yeah, there you go.
What?
The dude, he's taking it easy out there for all the sinners. Yeah. You've watched The Big Lebowski, right?
Okay, well, that's one of the.
I just wanted to make sure.
Actually, in Denver, another reason why Denver's great, we have this thing at one of the bars called the Church of Cohen. So local bands will perform songs from Cohen Brothers.
Oh my gosh!
And then we'll watch.
Why don't we have cool stuff?
Yeah.
Go to there.
Yeah, so like they.
See, you guys have all kinds of that cool
right after,
stuff.
And then like there's like a little.
We don't have anything like that out here.
Like independent theaters.
Don't you have like Alamo Draft House in Denver?
Fuck no, man. That's chains. Like we have like no, we've got like this film center. They did this really cool thing where they were taking people from the Nature and Science Museum, scientists, and then we were watching movies, and then they'd have like film professors and the scientists do like a Q&A after, and so. I only went to like maybe 2 of them, but one of them was Snowpiercer. Have you guys ever seen that movie?
I haven't, but I heard it's awesome.
Yeah.
It actually was really awesome.
I heard it's cool. It's where on that train, right?
Yeah, that doesn't stop.
Yeah.
But anyway, so like they had this guy like, okay, like they're talking about like the world, like total cooling and stuff like that. Is it probable? And then they had like a film professor like discussing kind of like the nuances of the film. So it was just like, it's a really neat community. Plus, remember when I was saying about like them renting out that theme park and it's all you can drink and all you can ride? That's through the film center.
Wow.
See, we mean, I don't know. That is the one, I like being away from the hustle and bustle of the city and the traffic, but we don't get anything cool out here.
Well, you have a car. You can go to
But it's like an hour and a half. That's a long flash flood warning.
Flash flood warning.
It's for Forest Falls.
Well, it's supposed to rain here like this afternoon.
Yeah. So. Hopefully I can make it out.
Can you make it?
Before the...
Get your poncho ready.
They better not cancel the tram tour. I will be so pissed.
Like, are you getting candy?
No, it's
so
not.
No
that
costumes,
kind of,
no candy.
It's like not Scary Farm.
It's like a haunted houses. Like they have like haunted. So one of the things and one of the best things about Universal Halloween Horror Nights is they have the tram tour, but it's the haunted tram tour. So you get at a certain point
put like a scary mask.
Oh no, it's like this year when one year it was like Scream, another year it's like The Walking Dead, and then the craziest part though is it gets to where the Bates Motel is, and they stop and you get off the tram and you like walk through the Bates Motel set. You walk up to like the Psycho House. I've told you this.
That's amazing.
It's the best thing. It's amazing. It's worth the price
right there,
of admission. And then they have like this year it's the Purge, so like there's gonna be all kinds of like people running around trying to kill you and stuff, and there's like monsters that pop out, and then they have like mazes, so it's like Halloween, Michael Myers returns home, so you like go in, and because it's Universal you're like on the set of these movies, and they have like all kinds of crazy special effects.
That actually sounds pretty cool.
And then like Michael Myers pops out of the wall and
I
on
don't
the
know,
floor,
like, I just don't like
stuff pops out.
like haunted mansions, like when people touch you.
They don't touch you.
I don't like the touching. That kind of freaks me out.
Because they're not allowed to. But they do pop out of everywhere. And like there's dudes with chainsaws that chase you.
I mean, Halloween is actually my favorite holiday. And when I
love
tell
it
people
too.
that, they think that like I'm either a Satanist or a weirdo. But
Halloween
it's not necessarily
awesome.
The horror aspect. I love candy. I love dressing up. I love fall.
Which, by the way, Amber had the best costume at
Tell them about
Disneyland.
it.
Okay. So she wouldn't tell us about it before we got there. Like, I went with Matthew to go pick Amber up at the airport.
I didn't even tell you in the car.
She wouldn't tell us in the car. She changed into it in the parking lot. Made us like turn around from the car and change into it in the parking lot at Disneyland. And it's this like full body like owl suit, like fur and this giant like owl head. And it's one of those things that's like it's creepy, but not like intentionally creepy.
Yeah, I saw it and I was like, what the heck?
You know, now that like it's after the fact, I think it was creepy.
Yeah, but I don't think it was on purpose. It was just one of those like imagine looking at a cute doll with like vacant eyes, but it's giant and it's just like walking because you don't know it's Amber in there, so you just see this like and it, like just walking. And Janelle got her to do this thing where she turned the head sideways and then she would go like this and then would like turn around backwards because it was an owl, and like kids would like freak out a little bit. Yeah. Some of them thought she was really cute, but there was definitely some that were like, ugh.
Yeah.
And then so when she came up to see the kids for the first time, here comes Matthew and I walking down from the escalators.
Did you dress up?
No, we didn't. Janelle ordered like T-shirts for us to wear to go with the Zelda theme, and then they didn't come in time. So.
Oh no!
I didn't know that.
They just came last night. Yeah,
that's
what was sitting on the porch when we got home.
Oh my gosh!
So anyway, we walked down as Matthew and I, and then this like owl, and then she didn't say anything, and she just like went up to him. You can see Audrey's like smiling, but kind of hiding behind me a little. Like what is this? Is that Amber? It's Amber in there. And then once they knew it was cool, but
they thought it was hilarious. Like, and they like to wear the head, but. Oh my gosh. Like, the thing about Denver is the first snow of the year is always Halloween Day. Mm-hmm. So it's always like a life ruiner because all of those women that want to be slutty nurses are in stilettos slipping around. And so when I bought this costume, I was thinking about Halloween in Denver. I was like, oh, this is going to be so cozy. Oh, the mask was like a pillow.
Yeah.
And it became like so wet with just like sweat. And like the pictures of like when my head is off, like my hair is just like covered.
Up on her forehead,
my makeup is like, yeah, I had to like wear it like up on my face. But also too, it really messed with like my peripheral vision. And so I went on Indiana Jones by myself and I walked, that part where like the stalactites are? I totally walked into it. It was really painful. And I think the funnest part too was wearing the costume on the rides because like I would just roll up in the Jeep and I'm like an owl. And people are like, hi owl, welcome back.
Did you see the one on Splash Mountain?
Yeah.
But it's Janelle holding Luke and they're screaming and they're just like an owl, like creepily staring at them.
And so my stepmom comments because we were trying to hide from my mom that I was out here. So we didn't tag any of me in the pictures and I'm in a costume because that was our original like thing. And then my stepmom was like, why is that owl stalking you?
Yeah, there's an owl in the background of all
we're like on Matterhorn and there's an owl like
you should have been like, we don't know who this owl is.
And there's Splash Mountain, there's an owl like this. And there's Audrey and Luke. Owl. Yeah.
Oh man, it was good.
It was fun.
It was a lot of fun.
And plus, I didn't know that there was a nerd tie-in. I'm sorry, I should say nerd tie-in.
It's okay. We own nerd is not an insult.
It's not a dirty
word
around
Luke
here.
was Link and Audrey was Zelda, and so Luke immediately adopted that she was
What's it called?
It's Kapora Gabora. It's the owl from Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. I think it was in Four Swords Adventures.
Didn't you give him a Zelda book?
Yeah.
He showed it to me in the book.
Yeah, that's what we told the kids to get books to bring on the trip, and that's the only thing he's like, this will keep me happy. That's all I need.
Nice.
So he's been going through that. But so he adopted, like that's Amber was part of the theme. And a lot of people didn't know, but there were some like serious fans that were like, oh,
CMs were like, yeah. And then when I went to buy the picture at Splash Mountain, they were like, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, that's me.
And I told her, because like not everyone would know that name. Like, it's not like
I didn't know that name.
Yeah, it's the owl, but you know the owl though. You know what I'm talking about. It shows up and gives you advice, and it's like this. It's actually the spiritual animal of this Raoul guy that was in there. And anyway.
Well, honestly, I didn't go looking for an owl costume. I wanted to be a shark, and I said,
like Left Shark?
No. Okay. I wanted to be this really sweet hammerhead.
Okay.
And like I sent Janelle like two contenders, and she was like, "The shark is great." And so then I found the costume and I tried it on. The problem with having giant boobs and trying to be an animal is when I put it on, the outfit went up to like here. So it was like this weird shark dress.
Like a crop top.
Yeah, it was a shark crop top. And so every like animal outfit I put on, it just looks weird. You can't be a snake and have like a giant bulge right here, like so the owl one I picked because it had like some nice feathers that covered
like
it.
Like a ruffle.
And and it was, it was very like not androgynous, but it was gender neutral. Whereas everything else.
Yeah. Well, it was good. It was the best. It was super fun.
Josh just popped in. We're about to finish.
Hey, what's up, Josh? We're wrapping it up here. But look who's here.
Who's Josh?
Josh.
Yeah,
Josh and Rachel.
Oh, yeah.
So, And then, oh, never mind. Okay.
What?
Well, so I don't know. We don't really have time to go through
real
all
quick.
This stuff, but do you want to do
We got
a couple
we got a couple pieces of mail.
Sure.
We don't have a recording. We have actually Phil gave me a new up and coming recording schedule.
So now you can we can post so we know.
Most of the time we're back. I think after this we're pretty steady Fridays.
Yeah, for a few weeks, and then it jumps around. Because of our special guest this week, Amber, we had a different schedule, so we recorded a little
Sorry,
differently.
guys.
Well, also,
welcome.
Phil's
Good.
multiple Disneyland trips.
Well, yeah, you gotta
How many
schedule
times
around
we've moved this show around because of Phil's
that. Gotta
Disneyland?
get my money's worth, man.
I guess.
That magic life.
Janelle, do you see what he said? Josh says, Amber, I'm a fan of your stories from Janelle. You sound like fun to hang around.
But we've met before.
Yeah, that's true.
You've had the privilege.
Amber was at Luke's baby shower. It was probably the last time that
and that was
our
like
local
5
friends-
years ago.
I know. I'm just saying that's the last time people saw.
Yeah.
I remember Janelle telling us before I'd ever met Amber, telling us around the table in the Cafe Biola, you guys are gonna love Amber. She's like me, but even way funnier and more crass. And we're like, that's not possible. You're the dirtiest person in Biola.
Janelle was the dirtiest person. And then we met Amber, and I was like, whoa.
Yeah, it was great.
I was told to tone it down. I hope I did okay.
I don't know. I think you delivered exactly what we hoped and expected. So
Yeah, Josh says we haven't really spent time saying dirty things to uptight people, which is Josh loves doing.
Oh, well, you have a friend in me, sir.
But real quick,
so we should hit.
we want to give a
our
couple
letters here.
nostalgia detective follow-ups. We solved both cases.
Yes, this is awesome.
So Brian solved Matt's, which was the airplane, and they
People
replaced
switched out the bodies.
and it was Millennium. It was a TV movie from the 89.
It did actually have a theatrical release, I think, in Europe. Or
Yeah,
something
but if
that.
you go to Radio BrendoMan, our Facebook group, Brian actually put the YouTube link to the full movie.
Yeah, there's the trailer and the full movie on there.
Which it looks really weird.
Well, and I knew, once I saw him posted, I knew, because I remember we bought the VHS tape of that in a, used VHS store on a vacation driving up the coast one summer, and then we watched that. I think we watched it on the trip, actually. It's really weird. But so I knew once we saw that, we knew that was the right one. So.
And then, you know how we were talking about, so for Mark Ariano's he remembered a guy with an axe in his head that came into the ER. I think he said axe.
Well, whatever.
Whatever, on Halloween. And there is an episode of ER where it was an ice pick, but it wasn't a Halloween episode. I did some digging. What I did find is there was a Halloween episode of Untold Stories of the ER, which aired in the late 90s.
It's more like 911.
It's like Rescue 911 reenactments.
Yeah.
And it was a guy that came in on Halloween with an axe in his head, and they laughed at him thinking it was a costume. And he came in with a kid, and the kid was freaking out. And they eventually realized, oh, this is not a costume.
We confirmed,
that was Untold Stories of the ER. So I needed Mark Ariano. Let me know if that
certainly sounds like
that sounds more accurate than the ER, because I read the synopsis of the ER episode. Doesn't quite.
But this sounds like
right
what he was talking about.
It was a Halloween episode of Untold Stories of
one
the
case
ER.
closed and one pending closure.
Yeah,
that's really good.
All right. And then we got a couple mails. Mario writes a couple. We got a bunch of Mario. We'll just boom this.
Go quickly. With
the Star Wars resurgence, maybe it's time for a sci-fi Muppet movie, Pigs in Space, like a Pigs in Space movie.
I would watch that, definitely. Also, I think it's time for Spaceballs 2. The Spaceballs sequel.
There's been rumors.
There's rumors. That. I would watch that in a heartbeat. I would be there opening night. So definitely, yes.
And it would have to be based off of Episode 7, because otherwise you can't do a direct sequel, because as we pointed out, no John Candy.
Well, yeah. But you could with Episode 7. There's all new characters and stuff.
Maybe after it comes out, maybe we'll get that.
Well, because that's how it went with
Did you see the Struzan poster?
Yes. Looks amazing. Awesome. Actually, Amber walked in this morning, and I was getting a little emotional about it.
What?
Remember I said, I'm just drooling over the Star Wars poster? Yeah.
Is there a new one coming out?
Oh, my gosh. No, tell our listeners here, how many times have you watched the original trilogy of Star Wars trilogy?
Once.
And was it the special edition?
It was VHS.
Do you even remember,
I cannot tell those movies apart.
Yeah. She told me, well, I've only seen the original 4 movies once. Oh my gosh, just don't. Rachel hasn't seen them.
Where does the Ewok one go?
That's the third one.
That's
the last of the original series.
I like that one.
The Ewoks. So there you go. That just gives you an idea. Is there a new Star Wars movie coming out? Only like the single hugest pop culture phenomenon
that we've been talking about nonstop for the last year.
It's going to make billions of dollars.
And that's why they're ruining Disneyland with it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because you really love that. Everybody loves that Circle D Ranch.
Yeah, the barbecue restaurant.
We walked by it.
Yeah.
And we smelled it.
And we smelled the petting zoo next door too.
Although I just had a friend on Facebook wrote about that. Apparently that barbecue place is really good, and they let you just eat all you want.
Isn't it all you can eat?
It is all you can eat.
But it's like $35 a person.
Yeah.
Okay, but all you can eat.
For like $35.
Think about you pay how much you pay at some place at a sit down place.
We went to Blue Bayou, and it cost us half of what it would have cost us to go and have all you can eat barbecue.
But you would have had all you can eat.
But we had Blue Bayou.
What'd you get?
It was really good.
We got the Monte Cristo.
Did you go there yesterday?
Yeah.
So you went for lunch?
Yeah.
Because they only have the Monte Cristo at lunch now. But you know where they have it all the time, and I keep saying this at the Cafe Orleans.
Yeah.
Because people keep asking me, where do you get that? Your brother was like, oh, they took it away years ago. I'm like, no, it's been at the Cafe Orleans the entire time. Yeah. It's the other sit-down place. They also have Mickey Mouse beignets there.
Yeah.
Not good. We had the pumpkin ones.
Yeah, but the regular ones I think are good.
Disneyland
I don't know.
Are wrong.
Pumpkin beignets just sound wrong to me because I'm a purist when it comes to beignets.
Amber wants to move to New Orleans. Brendan spent a lot of time
New Orleans is awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna move there next year.
Really? What are you gonna do there?
Well, I haven't figured out a job yet, but I have a 10-month plan to financial success.
Okay.
And,
I'll totally come visit New Orleans.
Everyone's gonna come visit me because it's a great.
New Orleans is fun.
Beautiful. It's intoxicating.
And there's all kinds of cool.
I think I was the only sober person when I went.
Didn't you? I think I saw you pictures. You went to Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I go every year for my birthday. I love Puerto Rico.
I want to go to Puerto Rico now because your pictures were amazing.
The Isla de Encanto.
Enchanted Island.
That sounds awesome.
You know, you're Spanish. Tu español muy bueno.
I took Spanish in high school.
All right.
A lot of it.
1 through 4.
Real quick. When I heard Ryan Reynolds was going to be Hal Jordan, I thought he would have been a great Nort instead.
That's one of the characters, one of the aliens. All right.
Maybe the Green Lantern director's cut is an unbutchered, better told story. I don't know. Maybe.
I'd give it another chance. If there's people that recommend it, I would try it.
No, don't do it.
I don't know. We'll see. All right. This is great right here.
Phil mentioned Robinson Crusoe in space when talking about The Martian, but not joking. There is a Robinson Crusoe on Mars.
Yes.
Not a D-list movie, available from Criterion Collection, which means it might be on Hulu Plus because they have a bunch of Criterion
movies.
Matthew
and I watched there's an extended trailer. Did Mario might have even posted in the group?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
I don't know.
But it looks amazing. It's got Adam West.
Whoa!
But the funny part is Adam West is not the one that gets stuck on the planet. This is pre.
Yeah, because 64. That's pre-Batman.
So he is one of the ones that dies or takes off or whatever, and it's this other dude that's stuck on. But it looks. I mean, I read a little mini article about comparing point for point, and it kind of looks like it was a remake / ripoff. And I'm curious, if there's any credit being given there, and I want to watch them both now and see. Because
does he grow potatoes in the hab?
There's a part of it where it's him finding out it's fun. However, then they integrate aliens into it at some point.
But there's no aliens,
and there's an alien force that attacks him, and one of the alien slaves escapes, and it becomes his alien kid.
So this is very different.
Friday, was it My Man Friday?
That's very different.
Anyway, but there might be elements in there.
Maybe in Glory, it looks like Matthew Broderick because it's all in Cameron's head.
Yeah.
Movie theory I heard is the Ferris Bueller's Day Off is all in Cameron's head, like Fight Club. Yeah, everybody says that.
Yeah.
I don't think it pans out if you really think about it.
No, but it's a fun theory.
It is a fun theory.
Yeah, pretty. Watch it and think of it.
Think about it. Just think about it when you watch it. It doesn't work completely.
No, but there's parts where
you could see where Cameron was actually doing all that stuff.
Yeah, that's his id acting out. Because he's
think about the whole thing where he's in the car, just completely having a meltdown, and hitting his head on the thing. And some people will perceive that's the breaking point where he becomes Ferris. So
yeah. Watch it again. It'll be different.
Blew your mind open.
Oh my god, that's a mainstream theory.
Yeah, it's pretty common.
Yeah. All right.
If Meryl Streep ever comes on the podcast and puts Phil on the spot, Phil will backpedal and say, I'm just a guy playing a role, just like in news radio. I completely agree with that. Oh, Phil hates Meryl Streep.
She's such a great actress.
No, that's what everyone says. Prove it. Like she's Meryl Streep and everything.
You're so full of crap right now.
And now I do a kind of different accent. I'm still Meryl Streep.
It's Meryl Streep. So terrible.
That's her.
First of all, you've never seen Death Becomes Her. You've never seen Deer Hunter.
No.
You've never seen.
Look, give me a second to think about this.
No, he's seen a lot of the newer ones and he hates them.
No. That she's done some. I'll get back to you on this.
I said Death Becomes Her, and he also will give her like she's great in She-Devil, and you won't.
I gave you She-Devil, and
you need to see Death Becomes Her.
I'd probably find in that.
He hates that.
That movie was a turd. It was
my god, I'm gonna choke you! I love that movie. Are you kidding me?
I liked elements of it. I like some of the concepts.
So good.
It's so hard to watch that movie.
It's like in my top 50.
You're crazy. And Josh would probably get along. You probably like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
I love that movie.
It's Josh.
Josh loves that.
He hates it.
He gets so mad that I don't like it.
He calls it
like one of my favorites.
He calls it pretentious BS.
It is. It's so boring. Nothing happens. It's all a dream.
Oh my gosh.
Blah, blah.
Stop
That's
it.
weird, dude.
It's pretty looking.
That's weird.
It's horrible.
All right, we got to finish this up. So real quick.
Yeah, we do.
Denver. Phil likes bullshit. Denver, ho, it's Denver, NTLD, not The Last Dinosaur. And wife. When it comes to John Candy, he really occupied my VHS rental rotation in the 80s.
Totally.
Armed and Dangerous and Summer Rental was my favorite until I saw Uncle Buck. Those three, and of course, Trains and Planes. It's Planes and Trains.
That's okay.
Planes, Trains, and automobiles. Just resonate, and I can watch them anytime and get a warm feeling of nostalgia. All right, I'll pick Uncle Buck, and the wife loves Cool Runnings.
Oh, great.
I would like. Oh, so this is an answer to Mark Bolton's last question.
So this is our pen pal segment.
I think I would like to befriend Bob Dylan. He's been around so long that ones that influenced him are all gone. A lot of his contemporaries have passed a young age, and there are a few left that has made it this far. He changed his music up numerous times, been panned and praised by critics for years, and has still been able to keep doing it no matter what. He is at 73, still touring his never-ending tour, where he has been at it since 1988. This is true, averaging 100-plus shows a year worldwide.
That's crazy.
Which I agree. That's this.
Like, the question was, who would you befriend?
If you could be friends with any celebrity.
Yeah. That's cool.
That's a good answer. Okay. I proposed to my lovely wife in the parking lot before a Dylan concert in Omaha. Yeah, not romantic. The 2 times I was going to do it was first at a restaurant, but it was packed and distracting. And the second time was at the Omaha Zoo on the gondola. This is funny. But once we got up in the air, it was quite frightening. We both had a death grip on the lap bar, and I felt like one of us would drop the ring and some lemur would become the alpha, wearing such bling and disrupt the nature of things.
That's awesome.
Sometimes those things are scary.
Well, I'm glad that you waited then. That would have been kind of a funny... Will you marry me? Okay.
Dropped it, and then the lemur picks it up. I'm the king of the lemurs now.
King of the lemurs. Well, I think that would be interesting to... I don't know. Bob Dylan is great, but I'm not sure that's who I would choose.
Hey, Phil.
What if I couldn't understand him?
I don't think he talks like that all the time. I think he knows a lot.
That's what I mean. Like,
have you heard his? I've listened to his radio show. He has a radio show on Sirius, and I'm like, you just kind of like every once in a while he'll say something that makes sense, and then other times.
That's what I mean. So if you're hanging out with him, then it might be like awkward, and then you get mad because you didn't understand what he was saying, and then like.
Wait, this is someone he wants to be friends with?
Like
no, they're asking him. Pen pal segment. So listeners write in, we read their letters out.
So his pen pal asked him,
and then
if you could be friends with anybody, any celebrity, who would you be friends with?
This is his response to the pen pal.
He said Bob Dylan.
Right.
Yeah.
It's confusing, but it's okay. We're weird like that.
Okay, then he has a question for his pen pal.
So this is the response. So now he writes back to his pen pal.
Okay.
What is your favorite Saturday and weekly cartoons? Looney Tunes and Hanna-Barbera Foundation, my cartoon world. Eek the Cat was and still is my favorite, and still waiting on it to be released on DVD. Come on, Disney, release it. There are fans who want it. I don't know.
Well, they probably own it now.
Well, it was Savage Steve Holland. I thought that was on Fox.
That's what I thought, but I don't know.
Freakazoid was Disney.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe, though. We'll have to do some research.
Because wasn't Eat the Cat on, after X-Men?
I feel like it was. I feel like it was, not Disney.
It might be Savage Steve Holland and Fox. You have to ask him.
I don't know. All right.
Inspector Gadget was my morning getting ready for school cartoon.
Yeah.
Thank you for the entertainment and congrats on the 2 A++ celebrities emailing you.
We got an email from Mark Ruffalo and Meryl Streep.
You got an email from Meryl Streep?
Yeah, they're both mad that
they were mad that Phil keeps making fun of him. They were very upset.
Not really. It's a joke.
Let them cookies cool.
Yes, let the cookies cool.
So on that note, we got to end the episode because I got to go pick up Derek.
Cool it fast. Derek's going to be mad if he knows that we recorded past the time you were supposed to be picking him up.
He probably knows
the girl
right now.
from Denver.
Andrew Lindy just joined the chat as we're finishing up.
We're closing it out.
This is going to be like the shortest Radio BrendoMan
It is.
in a long time.
Yeah.
Blame it on the Denver.
No, that's good. Sorry we couldn't have a longer time with you to talk. But thank you for coming on the show.
I figured when I found out exactly when I was leaving, I'm like, you could probably use more sleep.
It was probably good. We would have probably not been as funny at 10:30 this morning, I would say.
We had to warm up with some home movies.
That's right. A lot of home movies. That's a whole nother show. Amber's dancing. Just to give some context here. In college, Janelle had all these home videos of her as a kid.
We used to watch them.
We would
for
go and watch them.
entertainment.
Forget watching movies. We would just go, hey guys, we're gonna watch some home videos because they are the most entertaining. There's 3 categories. They're them opening presents for hours at a time. Them doing various performances, whether musical or dancing or just play.
Janelle's
acting.
always doing cartwheels and stuff.
All kinds of stuff. And then you have just the berating, guilt trip videos, her mom coming in and showing how messy their room is and saying, you should really clean this up, girls. Look how sloppy it is in here. And then sometimes vacation.
I'm glad my mom never had a video camera because I can't imagine.
My mom. There was that whole period where we got that camera.
My mom used to do this thing. There is some photographic evidence of us. Is if we had a tantrum or started crying, she would take a picture of us crying. So there are multiple pictures of me as a kid, crying.
I want to see
She has them. There's one where my brother and I are there's pictures of us with a water balloon, and we we're passing it back and forth. And then there's one of me holding it broken, and I'm just crying, and I'm like, Mom, why would you take a picture of that?
I love that.
There's a picture where there's a picture of my brother and I holding snow cones, which I think I did post it because I'm wearing the Moray Boogie hat.
Yeah.
It's the most 80s thing ever. I'm wearing a Moray Boogie painter's hat. I'm wearing a snot neon green t-shirt with a skeleton on it that says gnarly. And I'm wearing OP shorts.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Super 80s
wow,
Brendo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And so I'm holding a snow cone, and then what you don't see is it's a series of pictures because I drop my snow cone and it's my brother pointing at me and me crying, and then my aunt and my cousins pointing and laughing at me. I'm like, Mom, why would you take pictures of this? She loved to shame us through pictures.
I like that. I want to see these cry pictures.
I want to see.
There are.
I might DM your
pictures.
mom.
Please, yes.
And be
She doesn't know how to use.
Have her just do it
I keep wanting to send my mom a scanner, but I don't think she'd ever figure out how to use it because there are so many awesome pictures that nobody's ever seen.
Gosh.
Because she took that was her thing. It was in there are so many hundreds of pictures.
I want to see them.
And there's some good ones, but yeah, that was a thing. She took pictures of us when we were crying.
Well, I don't think there's not so many crying, but your mom did video a lot of fights of your guys.
That's just how we communicated.
We're
all women family.
They just, because it was you and your sister and your mom and your aunt and your grandma. That's pretty much it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we were talking about this the first time I went to a Christmas Eve with them, and we opened presents, and they all started doing a fashion show and wanted me to try on clothes, and I'm like, what is happening right now? This isn't what you do on Christmas.
I've had some pretty
Janelle's
family stuff is always the Christmas Eve that you dragged me to.
Christmas Eve was epic. You weren't.
No.
Where were you?
Oh my God! This was
in Colorado or
no? This was here. It was in Long Beach. It was
you went to grandma's?
It was your grandma.
It was after Bill and your mom got married.
It was so crazy because it was
you went out to the trailer?
No. Listen to this. Though you'll appreciate this. So in attendance, it was me and Phil and Janelle. Then we had Bill and your mom, your grandma. It gets better. This is the craziest thing you've ever heard in your life.
Yes.
Bill's kids, Bill's ex-wife.
Oh shit! This is the one where the boat sank.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, Brendan was there.
You were there for that?
I was on a boat. No, so it was Bill's ex-wife.
And then
Bill's ex-wife ex-fiance, and it was her ex-fiance's boat. So everybody goes off on these like little boats to like go see because the boat won't start.
It got out into the harbor and then petered out, and so we went on these little dinghies, a couple people at a time.
Yeah, so I'm left on a boat with Bill's ex-wife.
Bill's ex-wife.
She's really nice.
And
she's
Bill's
really nice.
ex-wife's ex-fiance.
And I was on a boat with both of them. These people I'd never met before.
That's fucking weird.
So they were just like, "Who wants a drink?" And I was like, "Yes, give me all the alcohol, like all of it. I need it right now."
I don't know why now.
Because I was like stuck on a boat with these two people, and things were getting a little weird between them. Because like it was so weird. And then the thing that I will never forget for as long as I live was your grandma had gotten in some kind of car accident like that day. So she was like
just like a rear ending, like a little fender
but she was like totally like milking it, like hobbling around. And Bill's ex-wife has like Parkinson's or
some sort of
not Parkinson's.
I'm not sure what it is.
No, it's osteoporosis. It's the one that like ladies get when their bones get all.
But she walks with a cane.
But she walks with a cane. So your grandma said to her,
she said that really.
Now I'm a cripple just like you.
Yeah.
Said that to her face.
Sucked the energy out of her. I was like,
well, okay, I will say this. Like another thing, the third thing that I'm not like my family in is political correctness, as evidenced in today's videos. Okay, so during Christmas,
also your grandma has called me every.
This is a good one. This is a good one. And I'm wrapping a present.
It's not on video.
It's an MC Hammer outfit, and I'm like, but I don't have the MC Hammer doll. And Mattel came out with an MC Hammer Barbie.
Yeah.
And it had, you remember. Okay.
Oh, I totally remember.
Okay. And I really wanted it because I was totally into MC Hammer. And so I was like, I don't have the MC Hammer doll. My mom was like, just take one of your Ken dolls and dress up in it. You can make him black. And I'm like, what? And then she said, take a marker.
Give Ken blackface. Blackface Ken.
My mom wanted me to blackface my Ken doll. And then it was like, oh, little joke. 2 presents later, here's the MC Hammer doll. But I was like, but that's like the kind of like shit that I grew up with. Like that casual, like, oh, just grab a.
Just blackface. Wow.
So you've broken that chain. Yes, as have you.
Yes.
Or, you and Chanel.
Yeah,
like, your kids will not be politically incorrect or insensitive in that way at all.
I sure hope not.
They're not. They're wonderful.
They're pretty great kids.
They are. They're fantastic.
It'd be really hard if I was an auntie to like one of those brat kids. Like brat kids
about that a lot.
Yeah, they're a pleasure. They really are. They really are.
All right, well, Amber, it was great having you on the show.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
I gotta have you back on sometime.
Yeah.
We can do it like remotely too. So one of these days, you have a computer, right?
No. I buy experiences, not things.
You have a computer.
No, I really don't.
You have a phone.
Oh yeah, a really long one.
Yeah.
I get the 6 long.
It's like a tablet. She's carrying around a tablet in her pocket.
I know, it's like the 6 long. It's like you have to Zach Morris it.
I just want to hear more. If we had more time, I want to hear more about like your like work at the museum. That just sounds pretty cool.
It's a rad museum.
Are you like a curator?
Oh, come on. I know everyone. That's just like the disappointing thing about telling people you work in a museum. So I like to just say I'm a retail operations manager because then people aren't like, oh, that's really great. But when I tell them that I work at this wonderful museum, they're like, oh, have you ever seen this artifact? Or do you know this and this? I mean, I know a lot about Colorado State history, but just through,
But the kids get a lot of really cool presents from the gift shop.
Yeah, we have a toys exhibit right now. Toys of the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
That's awesome.
And luckily, in the 70s was Star Wars stuff. So
that's right.
They got a little bit of the Star Wars.
Yeah, they each have a really cool like tin lunchbox, one Darth Vader and one Stormtrooper now. Yeah. Bunch of Star Wars Pez, other cool stuff.
Because when I was like thinking of what to send them in that, I was like, it didn't even occur to me that they could like Star Wars. So I was like, oh, that's what like adult men like.
My son's name is Luke.
This flash flood warning keeps popping up. I'm a little concerned.
Don't go into any like.
Cortana is like you're gonna die. I guess that's what she's.
Cortana?
That's like Apple has Siri, so Windows. Oh, it said her name, so she started.
Are you serious?
What do you want, Brendan?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a new thing about like the Apple 6 is that you can change their nationality to have a British male.
Oh, I totally would do that. So I can be like, hey, Cortana, or maybe not. I don't know how it works. Cortana. Okay, Cortana. No, I don't know how it works, but I tell them. something, and then it starts like voice.
You just don't know what it is.
I forgot how it works. It just did it. Well, I think we got to wrap this up. So make sure you go to radiobrendo.com for all that stuff. BenviewNetwork.com, BrendoMan@gmail.com, @BrendoMan on Twitter, and we were on. Did we talk about that last time? That we were on Movies Made Me, and you can listen to it. I think we did. I just want to make sure.
Make sure you check that out.
Check it out.
Got a shout out on Greg Proops' show.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Greg Proops,
which is pretty sweet.
That's our first like celebrity shout out.
Did you listen to it?
Yeah.
He said Radio BrendoMan.
Yeah.
That was pretty great.
I've had other people say that.
Yeah.
But
he said my name correctly.
Yeah, he said Brendan and
He didn't say Brandon.
Right. So that was pretty cool.
So that was pretty awesome.
We'll make sure to emphasize the
so listen to Movies Made Me podcast. It is, if you go on, search for Movies Made Me on iTunes or Stitcher. I listen to it on Stitcher. And we've also, if you go to mmmpodcast.wordpress.com, and then I think the one she's posting sometime in the first week of November, this part 2 is the one that has Marin and Leonard Maltin and Andrew Lindy.
Right, that's right.
So
good. So we'll remind everyone again of that next time too.
Yeah.
So do we have?
We don't have time.
We don't have time. We'll review Marmaduke next time. Amber's disappointed.
I'm a guess.
Let's read it really fast.
Really fast.
Marmaduke, because Amber's excited. All right, we have Marmaduke, and he's listening, and from off the panel we hear, "Wow, mommy!" And then he runs, and there's a tree, and there's a kid stuck up in the tree. Help! Help! The kid's crying. So he's really huge, of course. So he like stands up and like lifts the kid out. Wah! Lifts him out of the tree. And the
why is a kid stuck in a tree?
I don't know. It doesn't explain. It was near the doghouse, so maybe like jumped off the doghouse.
A cat or a kid?
No, a kid, child.
How did he get up there?
Jumped off the doghouse. I don't know.
What?
And the kids are all, yeah, Marmaduke. So Marmaduke walks away, he's happy, and he says, sigh. And then all of a sudden you hear, wah, help, help. And then he comes back, and all the kids are in the tree, and they say, we want to get down. Help, help, help.
Marmaduke thinks he's people?
Marmaduke thinks people because he's flustered. Ah, these kids.
Okay.
These kids in their trees.
That's Marmaduke.
At least that one kind of had a punchline, whereas last week's did not.
That one was pretty funny, actually. That was probably one of like the funniest Marmaduke.
Yeah, we found out talking to Amber beforehand that she actually kind of liked Marmaduke because it had a dog.
I like dogs.
Is that it? Is that all you need?
That's the barrier for entry there.
It's really the barrier for like anything in my life.
If it's got a dog.
If it's got a dog, I'm down.
Well, I mean, when because remember Jeff came up with the formula for Doritos, dogs and kids.
Yeah.
Take away 50% of that and just leave dogs.
Cute babies though, like a cute baby with a dog.
No.
Cute baby riding.
Well, that's why they had the kid riding the dog.
Both of those demographics. If you like cute dogs or cute kids.
And the sling baby was just the baby, but then they added the dog.
Yeah.
To the next time. Yeah. This year is the last year they're doing it, and it's Zach. What's the Man of Steel director?
Oh, that guy.
That guy.
Why are they not doing it anymore?
Because I think they just want to move on to something else. Okay. But he's now, if you win, you get to like make a movie with him or something.
Wow. I don't know. Think of Zach Morris now.
No, I don't even want to. I don't remember.
Whatever.
It's terrible. All right. Well, thank you everybody for listening. Thank you, Amber.
Thank you for having me. Pleasure to meet all of you.
We'll get back to all regular stuff next time.
We got more stuff. We got Amazon. We got all that stuff. And
Andrew's sad. I'm so used to the
3 hour
epic show.
Because most of our shows are
this is 3 hours. Going to be a short one this week, so we'll post a lot in the BrendoMan.
Sorry, guys. I got to borrow Facebook. Phil. I got to go have some fun.
Yeah.
With my family. So.
Yeah.
It's good. It's okay. And I gotta go to Halloween Horror Nights,
which sounds amazing.
Hopefully, it won't get swept away in a flood.
That might make it really horrifying.
That would be extra scary.
Yeah. Huh? I'm excited because I haven't gone on the Minions ride, and I get to go on the Minions ride, and I get to go.
Movie?
No, it's Universal. And I get to go on it with Brian Lynch. So
is he going?
It's exciting.
Nice.
I'll get some inside info.
Very, very cool.
So for Radio BrendoMan, I'm Brendan Creecy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
Have a good one, everybody. All right. We got to get out of here.
We got to go.
I'm running late. Derek's mad. You can't be mad. I'm giving you
that mad. But that was sweet. Thank you for doing that.
I listen to your guys' shows now.
Yay. Well, it's like that.
What kind of things you're talking about.
It's like that.
Maybe I would know about the Star Wars.
You definitely would have known about the Star Wars.
The new Star Wars.
That was great.
What are we going to call this one?
Here's $100. Go see a Star Wars.
What are we going to call it?
I don't know. Amber's in town. Amby Pamby. Ambo. No one's gonna know who it is until we say a very special episode of Radio BrendoMan.
None of that makes sense.
I don't know. Denver and Denver. Denver squared.
Denver squared.
Because we got a letter from Denver and we talk about Denver. I don't know. That's probably
There was
not.
a Freaks and Geeks reunion.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was the best thing ever in the history.
Show?
No.
No, like a live, like a panel and stuff.
It was,
I
We
love
have that everywhere else,
show.
yeah, we surprised Janelle. Like, we didn't even tell her about it. And then we got there until we got there and she freaked out.
Yeah. Great.
I'm hungry.
Go eat.
Well, good seeing you. Have a
Yeah.
fun time tonight. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of your life.
Well,
That was fantastic.
As soon as I heard you were coming, we gotta have.
Whoa, look at this blankie.
Oh, yeah, my mom made it. She's like all into quilting now.
That's cute.
So I want her to make a Zelda one for Luke, but the material they just made like Nintendo now, but they're constantly out of stock.
I can imagine.
So if I can't get it soon, I'm gonna like
This is some nice
find
quality.
some vintage stuff and
That's
send
cool.
it to her because I really think Luke would. Because Luke always, every time he's over, he like really likes
Yeah,
it.
he's always checking out all the panels.
So it's basically my mom went to Joann's and was like, my son is a nerd. Can I get? It's because it's like
Do the nerd
when you
stuff.
look at it, it's like all the nerd stuff. It's like Walking Dead,
It's
like
just boy
Big
stuff.
Hero 6, Ninja Turtles, comic books. It's like every.
Yep.
I guess it is kind of.
But it's not wrong though.
It's true. It's all cool stuff.
Be you.
Oh, I definitely.
You going out right now?
Yes.
All right.
Have to go.
I was so excited when Amber reminded me that she was there for the Magic Mountain experience.
Well, I knew she was there for one of them, so I wasn't sure which
And
one.
you?
No, because like we've had.
it is arson. These aren't being intentional. There are doors. These things aren't. It isn't spontaneous combustions. They're not occurring